I thought I'd record Extraction Point on, this is Sunday the 6th of March, so the same day I finished off f.e.a.r, just because I reckon I can complete it in one evening. And I thought it'd be nice, because f.e.a.r into Extraction Point is pretty good, and I like Extraction Point, and if I remember rightly, it has a pretty coherent ending. Excuse me, I want to blow my nose. I do like where Perseus Mandate leaves it. I saw my reflection and I looked kind of cracked out, to be honest. Because I got this plaster across the bridge of my nose. I look like a fucking comic book character, to be honest, from a Dark Horse comic. Speaking of which, I've been reading Why the Last Man, because that is a great comic. I got the volume 1 omnibus edition. Obviously I was too young to actually read it when it was initially printed. I think I remember getting it from I'm gonna play moderate, because I'm all about fun, not punishment. I don't really like, I said this when I played Half-Life on stream, I'm not really a purist. Like, I'm a purist about certain games. Like, obviously, if a game comes out and it's... when someone's, like, inspired by a game, that's great. Yeah, wear your influences on your sleeve and all that. But when they're just, like, cloning a classic video game and trying to make a quick buck or whatever, and they're like, oh, yeah, inspired by it. It's like, no, you've just slapped a different coat of paint on... Like, fuck off. Like... It's Jesus. Anyway, where was I? Fuck. See, this is what happens. I go off on a fucking tangent and then probably like insult a bunch of people without really thinking through what I'm actually saying, because that's what happens. Anyway, moving swiftly on, because I have no examples in mind, but I'm sure I probably brought something into the mind's eye. Not that I was thinking of anything myself. I mean, I was thinking of like the resurgence of boomer shooters, to be honest. Some of them look fantastic and take all the finest examples, but I have seen some of the... There's always going to be like the poorer end of the spectrum. What is it? We're creatively bankrupt. That's the... I mean, you find it in music. It's the same thing. I've probably done it. Everyone does it at some point. You think you're doing an inspired by thing, and really what you've just done is rewritten Communication Breakdown or something, Doesn't matter. No biggie. That's how you learn. Just round 2 of nuclear death. Or is it telesthetic, which makes it the cleansing wind of Akira? I'm not letting that go. When I saw Akira the first time, that really cemented my love of anime, even though Akira wasn't the first I saw. It was actually Cowboy Bebop when I was 12. No, it probably wasn't that. It was the Moomins as a kid.
We haven't been able to get through to anyone since the explosion.
I'm doing this and I've just realised my 11-year-old nephew.
What was that sound?
10-year-old, 11-year-old. Yeah, he's going into secondary. 11-year-old nephew's going to be coming over and wondering what the hell's going on. I'm very excited that his step uncle is a streamer. Not me. I'm his actual uncle. Not that that clarification really matters. But I mean, we have to be very... I don't like talking about family stuff. What am I talking? I mean, this would make sense if I'd kept my old videos on the YouTube channel, because he was in one of my vlogs years ago. I dressed him up like a dinosaur, chased him around the house. Anyway, well, he's older now, and it doesn't matter. My sister got married, basically. Good for her, congratulations. And her husband has quite a large family, so there's a lot of you know, like uncles and aunts and things there. One of whom is a streamer. I don't know the name, doesn't matter. Obviously my nephew's quite excited about that.
Looks like we're all still alive.
Small favors.
He's telling me all about it.
On the radio.
And I was just like, because he was asking me about what I do, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't do that. So I don't. That's not
Sure you are. Let's move.
not what I do. Like I literally, I was like, kiddo, what I do, you can't watch. You know, it's like, I wouldn't allow it. For a start. Like I don't like being careful about how I speak. Oh, there he is. That's why I'm like I don't, you know, I make sure it's, you know, mature audiences only. I don't age restrict my videos because I like to oh fuck it. Wait, is it? No, is it? Hold on a minute. I thought I could change that. I can't touch display because I had to adjust an ini file. Yeah. Inventory. Next grenade. I knew there was something I was trying to do, and it was like, excuse me. Oh yeah, in case you don't watch any other video, I've had a bit of a back problem and it's made me gassy. Lots of farts and burps. Anyway, age restrict, right, but I don't, you know, I say like mature audiences only, but I don't age restrict my videos because I think you're responsible for your own behaviour. Like, I'm only responsible up to a point. You know, I can say it's like, I'd prefer it.
Hang on, I'll drop a flare. We're going to make our way down the fire escape.
But I mean, you can make your own damn decisions. You know what I mean? Like, it's not up to me. I mean, all that you're going to find here is, obviously, specifically to f.e.a.r, is the armor stuff. And I'm going to try and, well, I'm not really going to censor it, but I'm going to do something about this. Maybe replace it with a picture of Banana Man. Or Super Ted. But then it's part of the game, so I don't really know what to do, you know?
You asleep?
He's dormant. When f.e.a.r was killed, the replica's deactivated.
He's dead now.
Oof.
I wanted to examine him.
Preemptive strike. Keep your radio on and we'll hook up down the road.
Anywho though. What was I going to say? Yeah, so like, because I play the kind of games I played as a kid, and I was playing stuff that a kid shouldn't really be playing.
She's a lot more than that. We're in a lot of trouble.
But I don't really want to encourage that.
Looks like a girl's got a new hobby then. Something's not right.
Like, I'd probably judge it differently with
For starters,
my
the city is
own.
empty.
Like, if I had
A
a kid,
radioactive
I'd
element to
probably
the origin explosion and the city was evacuated.
be like,
Cities don't empty this quick.
maybe you can see and do similar things to what I did. Not all of the things, though. In terms of video games and films and stuff, but you know, like. Going off on a tangent. Basically, I don't really want to show my nephew this. that's what I'm trying to say. And I don't really want to actively encourage that in anyone else. This is the only part of this that doesn't make sense, is Ghost Fettle.
I know it doesn't make sense.
Oh, there we go.
Not much does anymore. You killed me. I didn't like that.
I didn't like that. Oh, good. Like, I know it doesn't make sense. No shit. Ah, it's too much of a... Oh, fuck. Nah, you know what? I'm back, bitches, with a f.e.a.r extraction point. Same day as I finished f.e.a.r. I'm starting it again, basically. I have already played most of the first level. I went off on a bit of a tangent and I was just like, nah, okay, no. I'm drinking rooibos tea. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I'm caffeine free. Largely. It's quite difficult. It's actually more difficult to be caffeine free than nicotine free because it's, you don't think about it.
There he is.
And I wonder if being caffeine free actually caused me more physical problems than being nicotine free.
We still don't know the extent of the damage.
We haven't been able to get through to anyone since the explosion. What about Alma? What happened to her? What was that sound?
Uh-oh. I don't know what to do about, you know, the adult dead Alma scenes. To dust. Retaliation. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Whether or not to leave them or not. Because I like my YouTube channel, I don't really want it blacklisted, and I don't want to detract from f.e.a.r as a game by putting like a fucking crying,
Looks like we're all still
laughing emoji over
Small favors.
something that's supposed to
Can't
be
reach
scary
anybody
and
on the
macabre. Like,
Blocking the signal.
like I get that it's not scary anymore.
Way down. You have no condition to climb at all.
Fine.
But I've just realised you walk over that and it's fine. You walk over one that's not burning and it's like, oh, you dropped through.
Stairs out. Gotta find another one.
Yeah, no, that. See? What was I going to say? Yeah, so I don't know what to do about the armor scenes. I might leave them in, I might not. Obviously, I'll leave most of it.
I'll drop the flare.
But I mean, that's a lot of editing, and I don't really have the capacity to edit properly. I mean, I've just been file converting and like 1 or 2 cuts here and there. And it's not even cuts like I've said something bad, it's cuts like corrupted footage cuts, you know, that kind of stuff. Like a bit too choppy. Yeah, like I'm not sure whether or not to cut out this. I mean, it's not really explicit, it's just, you know, like The Ring or The Grudge or something. Which was the same kind of time. Yeah, fuck it, I'll leave it in.
Yes, Lee.
Keep your radio on and we'll hook up down low. Sure as shit. Hope that wasn't alright.
Sorry, I totally ruined the moment then, but he shot one of these sleeping troopers as I've just run around battering them.
It's Alma. It's got to be Alma.
The ghost kid?
She's a lot more than that. We're in a lot of trouble. Ghosts don't create temporal and spatial anomalies.
Looks like our girl's got a new house. Something's not right.
What, apart from the obvious?
For starters, this city is empty.
There must have been a radioactive element to the origin explosion and the
Everyone's
city was
dead.
evacuated.
Cities don't empty this quick.
It's because they've been turned into spooky, scary skeletons. Actually, I think you see what's happened to the population at some point. Kind of. You certainly do in Perseus Mandate.
I know it doesn't make sense. Not much
This gets
does
me every
anymore.
time. Like, I've already cracked the joke, so I can't do it again. I'm sorry.
I didn't
It just
like
wouldn't
that.
be legit. But it's like I literally was like, shouldn't he be dead? This doesn't make sense. He was like, I know it doesn't make sense. It's like, oh, come on. I am gonna corner camp this one because I'm feeling a bit boring. Whoa. Nice. Okay. Oh, I thought I missed out on a shotgun somewhere. Oh no. Oh well. Oh well, I don't have to worry about editing so much. Oh, that was a quick little level. I can't get over this capture card. It's made this kind of thing so much easier. And you know, I could have done with it 5 years ago, but I'm not really gonna beat myself up about not having a capture card when I didn't really know about them, you know? Because I was on my own with that kind of stuff. Like, no one was telling me what to do or how to do it. I didn't really get much in the way of help at all, actually, to be honest. Technical help, I mean. Plenty of encouragement. Obviously, that whole thing, like that aspect, has changed big time. I believe someone starting out in YouTubery stuff, or just making videos in general, has a lot more resources. And when I first started, you know, people were saying the same things, like, oh my god, there's a lot more resources then compared to when they started, and it was just like a 5-year gap. So it must, you know, it's cyclical. Fortunately, the stuff I learned 5 years ago, well, no, actually, not 5 years ago. I mean, I learned about video editing and stuff like 15 years ago. I learned editing, you know, not editing, animating. I'll tell you the program right now. I don't mind pausing the video for this, because this goes way back. I'm not even sure if the program exists even, because if it does, I'd like to relearn how to use it. Actually, it was quite fun, because I used photography for it. Just holy shit. Jask Animation Shop. What happened to Jask? Oh, what happened to it? So if I put Animation Shop, because they've animationshops.com. Download Jask Animation Shop 3.5. Whoa. That's going way back. So what happened? Adobe Animate. I suppose people just use Blender now, and Jask Animation Shop 5. What? Free download? No. Paint Shop Pro Animation Shop? Paint Shop Pro 6. Can you animate? Oh. the features of Animation Shop must be in Paint Shop Pro. Maybe. I don't know. Wow. Okay, I just aged myself horribly. Anyway, I vaguely remember using Animation Shop. I had no idea that it was a dead program by the time I got my hands on it. Holy nods. Yeah, buddy. Oh. My days, I forgot about these guys. Uh-oh. Come on, give us some grenades. I love the I'm sorry the music is so loud, there's nothing I can do about it without messing up all the audio. They're all dead, chill out music. Oh. Uh-oh. Nice. Oh. The only problem with... Okay, chill out music. Chill out. Just breathe. Save up to my my back. Oof. Just breathe back. It is getting better slowly. I mean, it's gonna take a while. Yeah. I messed up someone's post. Whoa, hello. Excuse me. I've just eaten Marmite on toast. That's not why I'm burping. I'm burping because I'm actually a mutant. I live in the sewer. Carnage. Surprise! Okay, and he's going to come running around the corner any second now. Thank you. Where is it? If you see a pair of like red eyes, yell at screen. I mean, I won't hear it because this isn't live. But, you know, you'll be right there with me. I mean, you won't be really, but you'll feel like you are. Oh, no, you don't. Shit. Wow. God damn it. Ha. Slide is one of my favorites. Oh, oh, what's happening? Oh, oh, oh! I don't like it when stuff like that happens. Right, old feckin' laptop tease that was. You know it's bad when the rats run away. Now, the important thing when you're gaming is to sit up straight and maintain a steady breathing rhythm. And that way, your blood pressure and heart rate aren't really affected. I'm kidding, I don't fucking know. No, sleep till Brooklyn. No, sleep till Brooklyn. Sorry. I think I'd like to play that. Now, are they the whispers of Alma or the ghosty people? Jesus. Bugger it, okay. Ah, they appear to be going into a portal. See, the first, when I played through this just to, you know, play through it, I glitched out this bit, so I had all the sound effects as if I was in, but the door had closed and I just got stuck in that room.
I don't know what, in the shadows and went over to investigate.
So they gotta... I like how they tell me stuff that's happening, because I still don't really know what's happened to Jankowski apart from he's clearly dead. Like, the Delta Force team is gone. But you don't really get any closure on that apart from, you know, he's absolutely dead, you know. You wouldn't be seeing a spooky ghost dude. But what I don't understand is why isn't his body accounted for and so on. I mean, they kind of try and explain it in the second one. Insofar as, not that you see him dying, it's because his brother is in it. They try and do that. You know, Jankowski bros. Shit. To hell. Cheeky. Oh, I didn't see my health then, I wasn't looking. Whoops. That was my bad. Now we wait. Yes. I'm waiting for him to go like flashlight. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the beep. I've been having a lot of problems with mines. Like glitching and stuff. Yes! Gotcha. Do you like my redecoration? Okay, hold on. Okay, no. Fuck it. I'm doing it. Ah. To be fair to him, he died before I could actually nail him with the kick then. I'm not too cut up about that, I'll be honest. It's not like a huge issue. Like, oh no. No kick for me. What was I? Oh yeah, Jankowski. Yeah, so it's like in the second game, it's explained that Jankowskis both have some element of this like psychic potential. And I'm going to explain it simply because it's not really spoken, and you're kind of shown it in like a file which is easily overlooked, and it mentions the Jankowski in the second game and it mentions the Jankowski in this game, but it doesn't say anything about obviously what happens to the Jankowski in this game. It's just like why he would have been targeted. I meant to melee that door, I do apologise, that was... Battering the doors open is so mean if someone's behind it. Like. Can you imagine doing a f.e.a.r mod or something that's like Hotline Miami? No slow-mo, everything's one hit. It's kind of neon-y. Oh no, slow-mo, actually. You gotta like, you know, pick up weapons and stuff. Hello there. That didn't get me that time. Although the scares in Extraction Point are pretty fucking good, to be honest.
Don't let them hurt me.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Here we are, brother.
Brother.
I seem to be a little worse for the wear. And you are
Last time I did this, something went wrong and I got glitched into a door and it all went wrong. So I'm going to save here. Balls. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Can I? Yes, I can. Okay. Huh? That was a lot of screeching. I'm so glad I don't have a face cam right now. Although I could make that my whole aesthetic. Is like, I did joke actually to an individual.
Up here. You got more of those freaks in you.
You know, I'm not sure how.
Get in the building. I'll meet you on the other side.
Yeah, I don't know if he does. He's streaming for a bit. Back in the old days? No. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I kind of want to keep pistols for a bit longer.
Man, you really pissed these guys off.
Hold on, I'm just trying to get my thoughts together. Okay, I'm not going in that way. Ooh, voicemail.
It's me. I can't make lunch today. Oh, shit.
Oh, it's the explosion. Oh, guess they're not making lunch today. Or ever. Nice. Oh, he nearly rinsed me. Holy shit. He actually ripped the armor away in like one burst. Okay, I'm gonna stop for a break in a second. Not often I land one of those spinning kicks. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, no, it was I joked about embracing the haggard years ago. Maybe I should do that, you know? Embrace the haggard. Because I am actually quite haggard now. But that's the thing about the internet, and why I always used to say, you know, like internet friends aren't like real friends. I mean, obviously if you keep in touch, anyone has the potential to become a real friend. Like, I come from like a very small village where your friends tend to be the people you grew up with, or you know. And in my case, I kind of fucked up when I was like at that turning point in life, you know, where you go away to university or whatever, and I just didn't do that. But the fortunate part of all that is I ended up with you know, those kind of connections that you don't have normally. You end up with these kind of disjointed. Hold on. Yeah, every time I go and come back, I keep having that urge to apologise, like I've left a stream waiting for 20 or 30 minutes or something. And you know what made me a bit sad was that every time I did that, there was actually someone watching, but they never said, because I did have some lurkers, but I didn't know who they were, and I didn't know how to check, because I had to monitor my stream using my phone. So I'm eating bourbon creams. Anyway, I've been gone. That's why there's a bit of a... There will be a bit of a cut. Well, actually, will there be a bit of a cut in the video, or will it be seamless? Will it just be a weird no-contact shift in conversation? We shall see. Because I'm going to try and do as minimal editing as possible. Anyway, to put up, that's what I was being called away to do, was put up some light shades. And you know what? If you can help someone do something like that, why not?
Stay out of my way.
Okay. You know, I'm quite enjoying doing this, but it's obviously...
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's Holiday. How'd you get away?
the way I'm doing it, it's not like...
Find someplace safe. I'm gonna make my way there.
I'm not Alice Wade, holy shit. It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna get
Replicas are everywhere. They're using the subways.
Oh, took you on a little ride, did they?
You could say that.
Both still in one piece.
Oh,
I'm
man.
sure you were dead. There's still time for that, I guess.
Get in the building. I'll meet you on the other side.
Here we go. Oh. Excuse me whilst I have this whacking great shooter. Ooh. Chicken. Let's see if I've got at least 3. If I remember rightly, yep. Thank you. I do. Sorry, I got a cobweb on my neck. It's really irritating. I did this section, right? And was he wriggling around? No. And I got so lost. Like, I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't find my money. No. I've got to stop making that joke. I mean, like, it's, everything I say is so, like, fucking, even I see it now, like, if you don't know, like, either, like, that kind of stereotype thing I'm referencing or, like, alluding to, yeah, I didn't remember that I had to go this way for ages. You're just going to think I'm saying weird shit. Like. And it's not even like
I'm gonna cut through these buildings. I'll meet you at the south
meaning
warehouse,
weird
half a
shit.
click from here.
Because I've had people just say just no context stuff and then start laughing, and I'm just like, but you're going to call me stupid because I don't know what you're talking about. But like, I will say something no context, but it's more likely that someone's going to know what I'm talking about because it's something that happens in the world. Well, if you reference some obscure forum post from 2004 and then start giggling like a maniac and then look surprised when no one knows what you're saying, then you, my friend, have a problem. Don't begrudge me the bourbon creams. I love them. I love them like I love lamp. See, there you go. I dropped my phone. I dropped my headset, sorry. There you go, I love lamp. What if you've never seen a Will Ferrell film? I mean, I'm quoting Anchorman, but like, I mean, you might not know Anchorman. So that might just be like, why is he saying he loves lamps? Like, what the fuck, you know? What a weirdo. What strange person loves a lamp? Like, why would you love a lamp, you know? Makes you think, doesn't it? Don't think about it too hard though, let's just... Like, I'm not trying to give you a complex. Just oh, Jesus, I did that. That was me. I've already done that. That's problem already solved. Can't fix what ain't broken. Oh, hello there.
Is it everywhere? Is anyone still out there?
Oh my god.
Anyone but them, I mean.
Oh! Oh! Sorry, I thought he was just like the G-Man or something, like he was going to be invincible. Oh, they don't have a little love message on them. I don't know how to feel about that. That's...
I'm getting reports from all over the city. pockets of Delta Force out there. We're trying to set up an extraction point at a hospital a couple of miles from here. Auburn Memorial. These freaks are everywhere, though.
I'm not far from there.
Good. You head for the hospital. We'll meet you there.
Oh yes. Sorry. Glad I'm saying sorry. Shouldn't swear. What would your mum say? Oh wait, you don't have one. You know, because they're clones. I mean, I'm not just being needlessly mean. Like, what the fuck do you think I am? Oh shit. Yeah, I remember this bit. Bollocks. This is a disadvantage shooter, I would say. Ha! Ooh! Popped his head. Did I get him? Probably not. No. Vote no on proposition. Did I get him? Yes. Okay. Getting together. That's some wise advice, right? Let me just save scan that. And then excuse me. Oh, I forgot. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll go back this way. Is he? Is he indeed? I like how they retreat if you've obviously got a more powerful weapon than they do. Like, my gun's bigger than your gun. And then they're just like, okay, yeah, I'm leaving. His final attack, dubstep. You know what I needed? I needed to be isolated from other people to be able to do this again, I think. Not like socially, I mean just... Because I did feel discouraged when I was... not like I felt like I was doing bad. But I always felt like incompatible with, I suppose the concept would be spaces now. But like, I don't need to be part of any particular thing. God, don't need that kind of individual validation. I mean, who gives a shit?
The replicas?
No.
I just want to play games, chat shit,
What is it then?
kind of be
I'm
left
not
alone
sure.
to do exactly that. I mean, if you know, I'd appreciate anyone who wants to support my endeavour in the sphere of playing games and chatting shit. But I mean, like what I'm saying is I don't really want to be interfered with while I do it, because I don't want to cause harm. Oh, thank you. Or rather, I think you'd have to really go out of your way . Ah, delightful. This is another one of those things where I can't quite put it into words properly. Let's close that. Ah, here we go. Ooh. Now we've got to find these dudes. Yeah, you do. I was going to say you should be done by then. You what? Okay, thank you. Right, 7.
Looks like you got about 20 of those test tube motherfuckers heading your way. If you got any more tricks up your sleeve, I try them now.
Yep. I do have some more tricks up my sleeve. Ah, welcome to my tricks. And then I just hang out here. Work smarter, not harder.
Hang on there, buddy. I'm almost to your position.
Cool. There we go. That's about do it. It's the girly scream, for like the opera. Do you know, I was taught in GCSE drama how to properly scream in pain, and that's a pretty good one, to be fair. I'm joking about it being a girly scream, but it is a good one. The way to scream properly is to breathe out fully. like you've been winded, essentially. Just breathe out fully and then scream in like pain, not like death knell. Obviously, if you breathe in. And I'm not talking inhale scream either. Uh-oh. I hope you see the tactic at work here. God damn. Oh shit. I'm going to save gun. Did take me more than one go the original time I did this. Can't lie. Mainly because
We're clear. Rendezvous at the door.
mainly because I didn't pay attention to what I should be doing, kind of thing. So when it came to setting up defenses and things, I just didn't do it right. Yeah, so breathe out.
Glad to see you in one piece.
And then you're like, "Argh!" You know, and there's
Long story short,
obviously I can't
the plan is to
do.
get Jen and regroup with what's left.
I said a death scream. I don't know, it's like a pain scream. Anyway, like one of the two.
I know you
A
guys
proper,
don't
like full-on throaty,
Something tells me
any kind
never
of.
dealt with anything
Just
like
breathe
this
out. Horror, you name it. It's more convincing if you breathe out. Like you empty your lungs first. And it just sounds like.
I believe so.
Thank you.
This is not what she wants.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're, you know, like you're so shocked, or like whatever's happened to you is so devastating that you haven't even had time to breathe. You know, basically, it's that kind of. I mean, like, think about it. If, say, a horror movie, great example of this. You've been running away from the big monster, but then you have time to give a perfectly full-lunged, throaty scream. Yeah, it's just not. It doesn't work, does it? It doesn't. You're not gonna like take in a lungful. You're gonna be like, you know, it's like gonna sound like you're choking or something. It is, in reality.
You see him too, don't you? Shit. No wonder. Man, this is not right.
I like that. Yeah. I could just casually he's walking along. Just like, okay then. No worries. Bada thing. Cause every little limb, it's gonna be alright. You know, I'm never going to say anything sarcastic and semi-prophetic ever again, because I joked that it would top things off if I hurt my back. Ages ago, like literally months ago.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Anyway, where was I?
Aye. The area is right with snipers.
I'm gonna be one of them. I have not been doing enough of these neck exercises, and I probably should.
Watch your six. We got more soldiers coming in from the warehouse.
Be okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, I see. Will he just handle it, I wonder?
Rack support useless.
Guys. I will be stopping in a second. Oh. To get some food. Yes, boy.
One left.
Whoa. Okay, that got a little intense pretty quick. Is that
There
everyone?
should be an exit about 1 click to our 6.
Very tactical of him. Tactical.
Let's go.
He is invincible.
Stand back.
Okay, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna. Well, doesn't fucking matter. Alright, so I've been away, I've had my tea, I've eaten a yum nut, which I know that might confuse some of you who are used to that yummy nut. I shouldn't say things like it just sounds wrong coming out of my mouth. Give me a list of things that I can say that will sound, oh, deliciously wrong coming out of my mouth. Oh, yes. Are you judging me? Like my favourite thing is, oh, you naughty little chaffinch. It was the first time I heard that, I was gone.
Hold up. You go check that out. I'll get this gate open.
I've been voluntold. I got grenaded. Yeah, give me a list of random shit to say. Nothing too dodgy, obviously, just, you know, pop culture things. Quotes from films, that kind of thing. Wholesome shit. No.
Hold up.
I mean, apply some common sense. I'm not going to say anything that's like an offense to humanity.
We'll just meet up on the other side. Again.
Just because you want to hear it come out of my pretty little mouth.
I've got buku soldiers over here.
Every time I say anything like that, it's just, oh no. I need to stop. Sorry, anyway, so I've eaten a yum nut. Oh. Guess I wasn't going to go that way.
Stop grab asses. I need some help over here.
Okay, oh.
Help me out here.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh shit, yeah, how about we forget that? Don't ask me to say anything because I've just realised what I've done. And, you know, no. It's not going to happen.
Stop grab asses. I need some help over here.
Besides, I'm pretty sure that,
Help me out here.
whatchamacallit. It's not how it should have ended. Honest. Oh, they don't really do it. But when they had John St. John. Honest video game and honest film reviews. Oh, I popped his head off.
You're not the only bad motherfucker around here.
Oh wow. Come on, man. Is he dead? Good, I think so.
Want a piece of this?
He's gonna have to finish him off close up. Yeah. I think that's done. Right, anyway, what was I saying?
If you're through with your fancy shooting, I'm going to blow this fence.
Good.
Back away from the fence.
I thought you could hear him through the radio and the thing. I love stuff. Nice.
Make a pretty good team out here.
Okay, so this is gonna go. Right, what do that there. Can't get in there. Oh. Okay. So I'll get my one single penetrator. I have so many different Wasp songs stuck in my head today, because that's what I was listening to in the bath. Well, actually,
Hold up.
I've been listening to a lot of Storm Warrior. Heading North, Ragnarok, Lindisfarne, and in English it's Odin's Warriors, but I've listened to it in
Careful. I've got a bad
not
feeling
English,
about this.
Norwegian, Finnish, Swedish. I can't remember where they're from originally.
What were they trying to keep out?
I mean, presumably Norwegian, I'm going to go with. But I like very rapid power metal.
Some of these people killed each other.
I enjoyed their cover of Ride the Sky,
He
and they
this to
did a
himself.
cover of Heavy Metal is the Law by Halloween. Ride the Sky by
I'm not
Halloween
exactly
also.
burning with curiosity about
I'm a
what's
Halloween
on the
fan, I
other
like
side of you.
Halloween. And Gamma Ray. I'm going to
Man, this is
shush
not
my
right.
noise over this, because you might not have seen this. It's entirely possible.
Not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You literally can't do anything to help him.
My Jin.
And where is it? Like, when I first saw that as a teenager, I was like, oh my god, that is like the most messed up thing I've ever seen in a video game. Because I mean, you got to remember, like, this was around the same time, was it a couple of years after the film 13 Ghosts as well? You know, with people being like folded into scrap cars and stuff by, I mean, that's not the best film ever made, but stuff like that. And oh, what's that film? Is it just called Ghost Ship? There we go. I guess turn to pace. Stuff like that. That kind of like spooky ghost film, but where they're like all ultra-violent ghosts. So when f.e.a.r came out, you know, I mean, yeah, it would have been a few years after stuff like, yeah, was it Ghost Ship? I can't remember. Yeah, Ghost Ship and 13, because I remember watching that in a schoolmate's home cinema, and that would have been a couple of years before. Yeah, so it was like, as pre-teens, prepubescent teens, we were all kind of prepared for it, you know. It was like we were ready for it.
This is Echo 6. We've reached the first marker. Roger, Echo 6. Secure the area. Intruders have been confirmed.
I mean, I'm sure someone with a bit more cinematic knowledge could probably. was I could probably I have a Dell XPS stuff. I was sponsored by Dell XPS by about 2007 or 8. I actually had an XPS. No, that was the computer my old man bought with my gentle urging. I mostly have that on that. Okay. That was a pretty good computer. I mean, it was reduced as well. I think it was just about that model of it was just being replaced, so it didn't look like these, because it was like 5 years after this. That's why I find this funny, and why I wanted to play this is because it was sponsored by Dell XPS. You know, and I had one. I had one. A later model, but I still had one, you know. As I'm sure, you know, they were quite common. You know, if you couldn't get like Alienware or whatever. Because that was the other one. It was like Alienware, with Dell XPS. God, there was one of these ones. It was like in a, you know, it was like back pages of PC Gamer kind of adverts. Ah. Okay. Alrighty. I mean, there's plenty of like, you know, we'll build you a custom computer, you know, like eBuyer and Novatech and stuff. You know, there's all sorts. It's not just. I mean, there was one I was going to get myself, but I couldn't afford it. I mean, you see them. Nah, like it's not a new concept. But I mean, ultimately, what you're paying for is the branding on the nice case and maybe the fancy cable rune, which if you fucking learn how to do it yourself, you can probably save yourself about 500 to 600 quid. And just do it yourself, you know? Obviously not everyone has the time or patience for that, which is fair enough. And I'm not fully, you know, like my next computer is probably going to be like a pre-built that I rip the guts out of and mod, you know, like one with some potential. A half-built pre-built. Just because I've kept the same case and not so much. Well, I've kept the same computer going for like, well, I mean, the average lifespan of a computer, you know, 5-6 years. The majority of the parts actually are closer to 8-9 years old now. Makes me feel old as shit. I will say this, I do like the effect they use in f.e.a.r 2 where they look, you know, like broken active camouflage. But it does make them easier to see. Whereas this, they're more like a grey fox in Metal Gear Solid. Ah, 69. What? There we go. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if I was like the whole thing. Is they're a bit like the cyborg ninja, you know? Because when did Metal Gear Solid 2 come out? Because I mean, Metal Gear Solid had been out for quite some time at that point. Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. Oh my god, it came out in 2001, holy shit. I actually remember, I was just looking at this, can you play a Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 2? It's like, yes, but only at the tanker. And I just remembered, yeah, people critiqued it because Raiden was too girly. Welcome to 2001, people. I mean, I'm laughing, but like, that's what it was like, you know? You know, there was something else. People found the criticisms of something else. I can't remember what it was. It was some game or film. Oh, Lord of the Rings, that was it. And I was like, hold on a minute. Now, were you born after that age? Because if you're like a peer of mine, you know, like my era, that's not too surprising. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but like it's not surprising either. It's just, it is what it is. I mean, that's what people were like back then. Those were the attitudes of the people older. That's just what it was, you know. That's what we had to deal with. Very close-minded people. And we were dumb for being younger and not knowing stuff, and you know, yet simultaneously they wouldn't show us anything. You get me? So that's why I've tried to be like, not treat people like that. Because I get tired of it. Someone like, oh, don't you know that? You know, it's like, no, why would I? Like, I'm not going to do that for someone unless they're in a position where they should know, you know? I'm referring to like any kind of thing. I don't just mean, you know, general knowledge or random pop culture shit. But yeah, it was a real tail end. It was like the last gasp of people being real harsh, I would say. And yeah, it was no joke. I mean, like, when people say, oh, you know, like, it's the Xbox 360 lobbies or whatever. No. I mean, just any kind of old forum. Just look back at, like, some old conversations from, like, 1999 to 2003. Or, well, Christ, when my mate had me over his place and we were playing, like, Rainbow Six Free on his Xbox, the voice chat on that, it was like, I learned some new words, you know what I mean? Damn son. Then the original Halo too. Wait, what's that? And lo, he waits to do battle. Get him. That was a lot easier than the first time I did that. Probably because I remember to use the laser. I fired my laser! Do you know, given the state on voice chat on something like the original Xbox, I wonder what, like, the original PlayStation, like the PlayStation 2 online, because I don't know if I had voice or not. But I mean, the chat for that must have been like the Wild West. Of a Dreamcast for people that had it, I suppose. But then smaller community. Don't know. Who knows? Makes you wonder though. The most wholesome encounters I've ever had were every time I've played on a Nintendo. Do you know I miss playing the Wii U? And this is why I was thinking of buying a Nintendo Switch. Because it just made me happy, you know, at a time where I really wasn't. Granted, I lost kind of some of my capacity in terms of, because of the state I was in, all I could really do was just sit around and like watch Netflix or whatever. But like in the early days of it all, in the early days of it all, Alright, okay. You know, I played a lot of stuff like Splatoon and things like that. Obviously Splatoon doesn't have a chat to avoid toxic behaviour, etc. Excuse me a second. Right. Shit. Yep. Oh. Where's my... Okay. I thought someone had texted me. Where was I? No, I mean like the Miiverse and things like that. I didn't really interact. Because I didn't know how to be honest. Shit. But I could see, you know, that it was wholesome as fuck. And obviously I've seen like the communities on Twitter and things.
We've got a lot more supplies coming in.
So I think if I could find like Nintendo gamers who are like my age, you know, like 30, that would be ideal. Because I missed out on the whole thing when I was a kid. I don't know. Like Nintendo's not really my bag. It was more like Sega and PlayStation and stuff like that.
Hands up!
Buckle up, buckle up. Can I go down now? Okay, no. Excuse me. Wait. Thank you. Look. Yes. That's how you do it. Right. Anyway. Yeah, so I mean, I doubt I'm gonna... Like, I'll probably wait for the next Nintendo console as opposed to the current one. But like, I was looking at the Switch and I was looking at all the emulation. They've got like the Sega stuff on there, and Nintendo 64 and things, and you know, if that's carried on with the next iteration of the Switch, like Switch 2 or whatever, it's been bandied about for a while. Yeah, totally. Why not? I'm getting on that. I mean, I've got a mate who's gone and bought a Switch second hand. I've considered it, but it's so, like, the amount of things that have been put out into the world about like a more powerful Switch. You know, it's a tough sell for one such as I, who is strapped for cash, to convince me to be like, yeah, totally, I'll here we go. Are you ready? I'm not ready. Yeah. I don't want to spend money on a nice new big Switch, like new Switch, because that's what I would be doing. I'm not getting a second-hand console, especially one that was primarily like bought for little kids and then treated real bad. Even though it's not necessarily aimed at that way, but I mean, come on, it's, you know, it's like that's the one that people are going to be buying for. I ain't doing that.
We've lost contact with 206. Roger. We'll check it out.
Snorty little brats. No. No, I mean, I just would want to know that, like, if I'm spending out a bunch of money, like, I'll get, like, if I can fix a thing, yeah, I'll get secondhand, but I tend to be a bit more inclined to get new games consoles these days. Even though I'm pretty broke. Like a secondhand bicycle, maybe. If I can repair it. What a rapid man. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna get something like a Nintendo. Well, any console really. I mean, so many things get done to them these days. And you wouldn't notice. It's not like the old days where it'd be quite clear if something's been chipped or messed with. Whoa, okay, damn. Shit. Oh! Oh. I mean, I'll have to do. Hopefully, he won't follow me. I have a solution. There we go. Cheeky monkey. Right. Excuse me. Do you know, I haven't talked this much in a while. That's part of the reason why my voice is so hoarse. Nay. What the fuck? A guy just got evaporated. Alrighty. Ankle tapestry marsh. Oh shit, okay. Alright. Guess that's how that's going down.
Now arriving. The 435.
Nice. I mean, like, I just... Okay, we're not going that way. I got nothing to say. I just did. That was an excellent, like, skip of the grenade. I love that. Although I can't really demonstrate it right this second. Thank you. Oh yeah, I keep saying sorry and stuff like I'm streaming, but obviously when I come back, unless I go out of my way to leave a huge pause or whatever, it's just going to be like I've gone away for a second, and when I start talking again, that's the only giveaway that there's been a gap in time. Anyway, that's not really what I was going to talk about. Oh. Right, what I was going to say was you don't go into the toilets. I mean, you can't go into this one, but like as the point man, and certainly in the first games, he just... That's one of my favourite shootouts in the whole game, that, and I kind of didn't really let it ebb and flow. Whoops. I mean, I could have really ninja'd that, to be honest. Never mind. I've just disappointed myself. You've let your ma down. You've let me down. More importantly, you've let yourself down. Oh, can I go? No. How many grenades can one man have? The answer is a lot. Okay. This always goes horribly wrong. Yeah, because that dude has a rocket launcher. And then you get flanked by geezers. Pretty sure there's more than two. I don't want to waste rockets on him though. Shit. I absolutely saw someone there. Never mind. Okay, here's the plan. Oh, nice. I'll do it. Oh, shit. No. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-ohs. No, oh, come on. I like how he wiggles. Done it. There we go. Sorted. And with a minimum of earring. Find a way to open the terminal. I will. God damn it. Oh. Why would it say explosives and then it actually be explosive documents? Wait, can I? Oh. It doesn't let you pick up your old mines. You can move faster with the shotgun. I swear. Nerve root irritation. That's... Oh yeah, yeah. Check this out. Don't do that, right? Don't go down there. I've just... Like, I don't know if I'm being followed or not, actually. Come to here.
Check the upper floor. What the fuck is that?
Redecoration in progress, that's what that is. Meat feast. Pizza topping. You know when you were in like secondary school science, I mean, obviously if you go back to school, not school, but like college as like an adult learner and do science, and then maybe, yeah, let's go with that one. Adult learning. Alright, okay, it's more relevant. Stop aging ourselves out of education. Yeah. I'm in college, right? When I was... How old was I in college? 18, 19? Yeah, because I left when I was 20. Oh yeah, I've done all this section like backwards, so there's a spooky bit in one of these rooms. Yeah, no tar. Anyway, you know, there were people like 10, 20 years older than me, so I think the oldest person on the course was in their 50s, and it was music. I was doing a music course, performing live performance and you know, stage stuff as well, in terms of like setting up a PA and lighting and so on. Like the only reason I haven't done anything like that is I can't fucking do it by myself. I know this, I know my limits. I tried. In that realm, I actually know I would need help. Anyway. Oh, fuck, it's this bit. Alright, fuck me. Have you noticed they're kind of like spooky, scary? They're not quite ghosty people, but they sort of are at the same time. I don't like this part. Shitters. Ah, come on. Fucking nappy shot wearing golem dude. Fuck me. When in doubt, frag him out. I love video games that let me do stuff on. Nine man. Didn't I reload that a minute ago? Anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, no, so adult education, science. That's how you make the skeletons. Took so long to get there. Holy shit. Can I pick that up again? No. It's just going, well, you're not someone I need to detonate. And you know what, I'll settle for that. I can't remember how many intervals there are in extraction point. I think there's 6, maybe 7. I want to know. I want to know what's happening to Trepang.
What the hell? Get out of here!
You're safe now.
Okay. That was a real my boy moment. See, I don't get why she'd look after me, but not Paxton Fell. Unless the whole cannibalism thing really put her off and she has standards. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. No, I've already forgotten. Let me just rub my forehead. No, I shouldn't really rub my forehead. I've got a nubbin on there, which kind of hurts. Nope, can't think. You know, I remember when I used to remember stuff, and I liked it. I mean, that's why I'm not editing these. Part of the reason why I stopped making videos was because I used to cut out things like that where I'd forget what I was saying. Because it's not just, oh, I'm forgetting, it's God damn it, thank you. Yeah, okay, alright, okay. Now the trick is to lure him out. Wait, and... Yep, I should have done it. You know, it's not often that pull that off. Shotgun's cool, but this turns people into wet skeletons, so, you know. Right, what time is it? I've got to be mindful of the time because at some point I'm going to have to... Excuse me. Not stop, but pause for a moment to do my meditation. I've got to remember to do that, right? One squad. This way. There we go. I had my... Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh yes, because it's time gate, not monolith. Every Halloween, it's like pick a different song. I mean, they're all different. So, what about fucking Funny Bones? Like, you know. I mean, I was a kid show about 3 skeletons and their skeleton dog. I mean, they're not particularly scary, but I mean, like, it was pretty spooky. You know? And it was beloved. And more people would be like, oh, Funny Bones, you know. Wait, it was Funny Bones. I'm not like just pulling that. This is how I remember stuff. Like, I don't, it's not like I think for a second. It's like, oh yeah, no, stuff comes to me like a stream of consciousness. Basically, something happened to me after my first couple of seizures when I was a teenager, and I've never been right since. But it's like that has been made worse a few years ago when I first started having seizures again. But it's hard to get, you know, because memory is like a weird thing. It's hard to get that kind of thing looked at. So it just sounds like I'm fucking... Funny Bones, British television series. Yeah, there we go. Two skeletons. Yeah, tall skeleton, short skeleton, dog. (1992) comedy, 1 season. Funny Bones is a British children's television comedy series which originally aired on S4. All the best stuff came from S4C and BBC One elsewhere in the United Kingdom. Oh, the cast was Dan Castellaneta, Tom Kenny, and Griff Rhys-Jones. Fucking Dan Castellaneta. God damn. Like, I remember the Morph Files and Brum. Yeah, stuff like that. But yeah, Funny Bones would have been Funny Bones and Super Ted. Amongst other, loads of stuff came from S4C actually. f.e.a.r. S4C is the Welsh TV channel. Although I'm pretty sure by now there's probably more than one, I would have thought. But S4C is the Welsh language TV channel. Not just this thing. The Welsh language has two main variants, obviously there's North and South. And that's more than just accent, it's dialect as well. So there are some programs which fucking... Oh, that's pretty slick. Yeah. I've probably like only half described S4C there. It does a lot, you know, there's a lot going on there. It's worth checking out even if you're not Welsh, just to see. I mean, the history of it's pretty interesting, to be honest.
He's here.
But like, I keep finding out like beloved children's programs from my youth originate like just...
Stay away from me.
I'm not going to do anything to you, Ms. Kwan. But I can speak for my mother.
Literally...
Tchaikovsky.
I tasted the good lieutenant's visions, and they were most revealing.
Oh, there we go, he said he ate him.
Your eyes.
Why does Paxton Fettel eat people? Because he's a space marine. Who voiced Paxton Fettel, musical artist? Annie looks like a serial killer. Oh. Put that man on a watch list. He's probably eaten people. Anyway, from no, good taste in video games. Or unfortunate naming. Peter Lowry as Paxton Fettel. You know, that could easily have been Mark Hamill. You know, I shouldn't rip on that you know, Danish musician. Mind you, that's... I am playing f.e.a.r. right now. Oh shit. Oh fuck it, you know. Oh. Yeah, I shouldn't rip on him just in case it is actually his name, but it's probably not, you know. It's probably, like me, a fan of the game. But yeah, unfortunate, like, to brand yourself after the, I don't know, it depends on what you're doing. I'm in two minds on it. Like, I personally wouldn't. I'd be more like point man, you know? But then if you think about it, that would be where everyone would go, they'd be like point man, so branding yourself as a villain is a very good idea. Never mind, okay, I'm on board with it now. And that's how we get through these things. Yeah, that's pretty cool. What's going on here? Right, I will say one thing though, and this isn't in relation to this other musician. I was just thinking about selfies and portrait shots in general, because obviously over the last, I don't know, say 15 years, obviously it's become more of a thing. But people are like really putting too much into it, to the point where they're like not, you know, they're making themselves look like mannequins facially, the expressionless mannequins. And I get that if you're going for like that catwalk supermodel vibe, but when you do like a real fucking soulless selfie, which is like, you might be given like all the smile, but then it doesn't reach your eyes and you just look like a fucking psycho, you know? Because you've taken 52 identical selfies to get this like ideal one, and you end up with these like weirdly posed pictures, and it's like you've turned yourself into like a horrifying uncanny valley. You see what I'm saying? It's like caricature of a person. It's okay to have a bit of something about you. Don't worry about it. Oh shit, I jumped right over him. Oh, damn, I just folded him. Never mind. Unless, you know, the conspiracy theorists are right and we have been invaded by body snatchers and lizard people.
This is Echo 6.
Thank you. Which would be funny. So prove them wrong. Let the smile reach your eyes. You know, don't worry about looking dumb. Because I guarantee you look dumber when you look soulless. Like a void where a person should be. No, okay, I'm just gonna... I mean... Yeah, I thought so. Go get him. I believe so. If I remember rightly. Oh, hello. Shit house. It's that slow zoom in and out. It gets me every time. You know what? Yeah. Hehehehe. Oh, and just an FYI, this ain't like, oh yeah, ladies, let the smile reach your eyes kind of thing. Yeah, no. No, this is like just selfies in general. Gender neutral observation. Oh, excuse me. In fact, I've seen dudes be the worst offenders because of the pressure to meet some like standard of being an Adonis. They end up turning themselves into, yeah, like shop floor mannequins, and it's just like ridiculous. Fucking posing weird rictus grins, but then it doesn't reach your eyes and they just look like someone stood behind the camera threatening them and stuff, you know. It's like, don't stress about it, you know. Chill out. Right, I'm gonna have to take a short break. Not that that really matters, but just getting to that. Oh, hello. Oh, delightful. But I can feel the old tech neck coming in. No. No. Best gun in the game time. I mean, one of the best guns in the game, but doing music intensifies. Right. Do your neck exercises. Right, I have to vamoose for a moment. It's gonna be like, yeah, I've got to go for a moment, and it's like instant cut back in. You might notice I got to the epilogue. I'd actually finished the playthrough. What had happened is that I started venting my spleen basically about a number of different things and had to keep redoing levels and things, so I thought I'd junk the latter half and come back. So I've actually, this is a week later by the way, from wherever this cut is. Oh, orange line, okay. So wherever the game was paused, oh, after the minigun dude, right, okay. A week has passed, I've completed the game today, so this is the 13th of March, 2022. And, yeah, I ruined my own playthrough by basically being a grudge-holding prick. And yeah, so I've got to go through again. I did have a grudge, fuck, a glitch halfway through, which oh, chocolate rain. God, that was wonderful. That was a wonderful piece of internet history, and I hope f.e.a.r is doing very well. Because he brought joy to the absolute ends of the earth. In what, like 3 minutes? Have I heard a single other song from him? No. Do I need to? Probably not. Chocolate Rain was crazy. I mean, it was like... I so thoroughly messed them up, it glitched through the floor. Oh. The barrel should have killed them. Okay, here's what's gonna happen, right? Oh, wrong one. You know what I miss about YouTube is where it was like someone with no fucking money, no production quality, and I'm not talking about myself because I could make these videos better if I was asked. I learned how. I've got my energy into other things at the moment, you know. I don't have, well, I do have the time. Who am I kidding? I don't have time or money to really be like, hey, I'm a YouTuber. No, it's not happening. I'm not doing that. I'm just playing games, recording them and putting them out there. I mean, I've spent enough money over the years on this shit. I'm not doing it. Not without a good reason. If I start seeing ad revenue, you know, a check coming in, yeah, you know, I'm too young to be like, oh yeah, you know, my art needs to be free, or it's like not credible. Fuck off, I got bills to pay, you know. I need to eat. I'd like to be able to pay rent for once in my life. So I'd like to have enough money to afford a place of my own, you know. I don't have time for that struggling artist aesthetic bullshit. Like, fuck off. Anyway, I could growl about that for hours. Where was I? Oh yeah, like classic YouTube was just like phone videos. It was like dodgy camcorders, you know, real off the cuff stuff. I know technology's come further, so you can not spend a lot of money and still have quite a high quality. Like GoPro stuff is mental, but I mean, still, that's like 300-400 quid. Things. I mean, like real low end. But it just seems that kind of kooky crushed quality vibe has all but been eradicated, and it has a kind of timeless quality as well. It doesn't have to be a certain excuse me. That took way too long. Oh, what? Oh, no. No. Oh, do I need to fiddle around with my... Oh, that's how you do it. Okay, so I can... Hold on, I'm fiddling around with my chair a second. I've just discovered how to lock it in place. Do I... Is that that? Oh, no, that's how I lock it up right. Never mind. Okay. Whoa, okay. I swear the physics get ramped up when you go into slow-mo. What was I... Where was I? Oh yeah, I was... complaining about old YouTube. Right, okay. What the f... Good shot. Oh, it's too good to miss. Where is he? I haven't really used the penetrator for a while. I like it. I like, you know, nailing things to walls and stuff, but I just I'm not vibing with it right this second. Not at the moment. Got a bit gutted I had to junk an entire playthrough. Just because I got a mouth on me, like. I mean, everything I said was valid, it was just unnecessary, like. Ah, they're doing the cultist thing. Oh, what was it when the boys sleepover dance around the lamp thing? God, that's a good meme. It's also true. But they shouldn't have told the world the secret. At the next conclave of the Elderkin, there's gonna be words will be had, unfortunately. Conclave of the Elderkin. Alright, okay, I didn't really get that far into Extraction Point when I stopped. I've been playing this all day and I totally have forgotten what I was doing. Anyway. I love the way they kind of look at me for a second. It's like, uh-ohs. It's like, yeah. There's a lot of... Can I not... Did I just land on his head? Is that what... Suitable tribute. I'll do. Squeeze me. Thank you. I am looking forward. Oh, also my nephew might shout at me to come get tea in a bit. Or my mother. That's the one thing I'm looking forward to recertifying as a CompTIA qualified IT tech. Yeah, that's happening. Hopefully. I have to fill out a bunch of admin to get funding for it. I mean, I could have been working as an IT tech. Well, I could have been doing a lot of things the last few years on a self-employed basis, but what's happened is okay. I still don't really understand where that dude comes from.
I made it. I'm at the hospital.
Oh my god, they're all dead.
Oh god, they're dead.
Did I say they could have made a movie out of f.e.a.r last time I was playing? I don't know why they haven't. Or if they have, I don't know why I haven't heard about it.
They know you're coming. Be careful.
Like, if they can make a bunch of, you know, dog shit Doom... Well, I was going to say dog shit Doom movies. One, okay. The one Doom movie was alright, the one with Carl Urban and The Rock. It was very of its time, and it was very much, you know, in line with Doom 3. And classic Doom at the same time. It was of its time, I would say. Anyway. But yeah, you could see, like, particularly the first person section was meant to be... it resembled Doom 3, is what I'm trying to say. More so than anything. Especially that whole, like... I don't know why people give Doom 3 so much shit. It was like... Doom 3 came out and it was like, what the fuck? Wow. Like, I just... Obviously, if there were right, two schools of thought on Doom 3. It was like the original Doom guys who were from, you know, like a decade older than me. Who were like, what the fuck, this isn't Doom. Maybe the people who played Doom 64 were expecting a bit more of the same. Kind of closer to my age. As well. They probably didn't really like it that much. However, if you played like Half-Life, I think there was some early stuff for f.e.a.r. coming out in terms of demos and things. You know, Duke Nukem 3D. Oh no, that was kind of fast-paced as well. No, I'm going off on speculation. Speculatory. Because I was very young at the time, I just remember it looked cool, you know. But I've spoken to people since, you know, since I'm older, who would remember it a bit better. Obviously I played it, but I'll go up and up. Any hoodle. Doom 3, yeah. Yeah, it seemed like the people who were like well into the old school Doom and maybe some of Quake. Because Quake was a real fucking big thing back then. Unfortunately not to me, because I didn't have the internet. A computer that could run it. Although I did play Quake 3. Solo. Oh, and I missed out on Unreal Tournament, which was gutting. Because that seemed like it had a big... You know, like the classic deathmatch games, it was like... totally passed me by because I didn't have access to the internet. Tribes. That was another one. How good was that death dive? Alrighty, where am I? Oh yeah, so I missed out on all the cool shooters, you know, of the 90s. A lot of them. Doom 3. Yeah, and then there were people like me who played it, you know, a couple of years after it came out when we had the computers that could run it. Or I think I played a console version of it. Excuse me a second, I've got to see which console I would have played that on. Because I know I've got the BFG edition on Xbox 360, but... Doom 3 console port Because I believe before I had a decent PC, I had a lot of games on the original Xbox. That's why I love the Xbox so much. Because I had a version of Doom 3 prior to the BFG edition. Oh yeah, that was it. I loved Doom 3 because it was like, oh, and Quake 4. But when they say the Xbox version, yeah, 2002, 2003, 2004. Obsolescence of GeForce 2. No, hold on. Doom 3, Xbox. What, Doom 3's on Nintendo Switch? No way. Yeah, I think I had the Xbox version. I'm just double checking that. Sorry, I know this is like a bit of an aside. Xbox retail. Yep, there it is. Doom 3 Xbox. Excuse me. Yeah, I definitely didn't have it with Resurrection of Evil. Yep, I had it on Xbox originally. And then it was Quake 4 on Xbox 360. Because I had my Xbox way past when the Xbox 360 came out. Because that thing just kept going and going and going. Like, it was so... Because I didn't use it as like a media center. I didn't need any like memory. Thank you, game. I didn't need any love how the first one gets wiped out, but then it takes a second for the second. Anyway, no, I kept my original Xbox for ages. I've still got an Xbox, but it's not my Xbox. I bought it somewhere. I haven't rigged it up for ages. But I know it's not my original Xbox. Because me and my friends always used to find out the names of our Xboxes, and I vaguely remember like mine always had like weird names, and my Xbox that I currently have it's not the one I had when I was a teenager, but I don't remember what I got rid of it for, because it wasn't an Xbox 360, that's for sure. Anyway, I still have an Xbox with 2 controllers. I thought I had a Duke still, but nope. No, I do not have a Duke. I used to, when I first had an Xbox, I had 2 Dukes. 2 big old boys, like. And they were great. So when I was like 11, I used to play the Xbox at my it was like a friend who was a couple of years older than me in the street lived in. It was like he had a PlayStation. There was another kid up the street who had a Mega Drive that was like a hand-me-down. My uncle had a Mega Drive and a PlayStation, so I never really had one. I just kind of like rotated between, you know, they'd say, "Oh, do you want to come over and play on the blue?" You know, this is like the mid-90s. And yeah, I mean, like, we're talking so long ago that one of the first games I played on PlayStation wasn't anything spectacular. It was I think it was like the first Ace Combat game. Definitely one of the, it was either Ace Combat or no, it was Ace Combat, or whatever it was called before Ace Combat, and Jumpin' Flash, but it was called like Jack Flash or Jumpin' Jack Flash. It had a different name in Britain. Oh, and Tekken. And then when I got my own PlayStation, it was right before the PlayStation 2 came out. But I had like, you know, I had a good couple of years of that, and then the PlayStation, you know, a year or two. But games were cheap, so I got like a load of, it was like, you know, the PlayStation Classics and stuff. So I had like a whole shelf of games back in the day. I don't anymore, obviously, but one of my favourites was Final Fantasy VIII, because I didn't know, you know, I'd missed the significance of 7. But the thing about 8 was I first encountered it through a PC Gamer demo disc, because it also had a PC port. So there was this demo, and it was the go into that dance in the open. I don't know if a lot of people haven't played Final Fantasy VIII anymore, so they're quick to call it shit, but they've never played it. It's a wonderful story. But yeah, there's this like ball gala thing early on in the game. And yeah, that was part of the demo, and my computer could barely run. Like, it was like 2 or 3 frames for the cutscene, maybe. It was crazy. Like, Oh shit. Couldn't hear that one. I popped his head like a melon. Bless him. Yeah, so Final Fantasy VIII was one. It was R-Type Delta. A wonderful game. And Ridge Racer... Yeah, R-Type Delta. Ridge Racer Type 4. I played the ever-loving shit out of that game. And you had the choice. You could choose between grip or drift, and one was like, you know, it made it play like a racing sim. You know, like Gran Turismo or something, you know. Or the other one made it play like Daytona. And I like drifting, you know. I guess it was a cultural thing too. I mean, in terms of like drift, particularly. I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, in car culture, not because of where Ridge Racer comes from. I mean, mid to late 90s, Max Power magazine, you know, becoming a worldwide. Oh. Thank you. I remember that game fondly. I don't remember much about it, but I just remember it. You know, I remember it.
It's locked, dumbass. Oh, hi. I, didn't know it was you. Listen, you owe me. You wouldn't have gotten out of Origin without me. You know that, right? You wait right there. I'll come around and open the door. But you gotta promise me you'll take me with you. You using the grenade launcher? No, wait, I want the plasma rifle. How about the minigun? No? Goodbye.
I don't... Someone's gonna have to explain that to me, because it just seems like... Like, were they taking the piss out of the existence of character as a whole? I don't know what's going on there. Because that was very shit. Like, that was like too shit. That was like someone trying to be shit. Like, I remember I had a mate who made a YouTube video, and it was like satirizing commentary channels when they do like the gameplay and then they do the commentary thing. And instead of just doing a commentary video, but one that's like actual satire, he just did shit, like a shit commentary video, and then sent it to me, and I was like, what am I supposed to say? I mean, like, it's not funny. You're not adding to any. There's no... Like, I see what you're doing. I get it. But also... I also get the point too, but why would you make me, your friend, sit through 15 minutes of it? I mean, if you're going to critique something, at least make it worth the time. But I didn't need to watch the video to make that point. You see what I'm saying? Like, he thought he had some in there, and it was like, no, it needs to be presented very differently. Just wasn't getting it. Like, it was too far down the irony hole. I wasn't Or just ended up being a shit thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was like one of those things. Don't know what I was thinking about that. But it just made me wonder if that whole moment there with old Norton was the same kind of deal. You know, where something's like intentionally bad, to be like, yeah, saying like, oh, look how bad this is. But what I'm trying to say is, do it better, whilst being like, this is how it could be, you know? I think these are bad because you could be doing it like this, you know, much better. And there was none of that. Actually, there's none of that in a lot of ways. In a lot of different places. Ow! Fuck. Sorry. Right, I've got to turn the light on. I'll be back now. Oh yeah. Let me just simplify that whole thing. It's like, it's all well and good calling something trash, but you know, be better, or like show how it can be better, or you know, demonstrate it. Just be like, and this is how. Be a bit constructive about it. Like. If it just stops at, oh, I think this is ours, then there's nothing. Uh-ohs. And there's nothing there. Right on. Fair play, the firepower on this thing. How many rounds do I have left? Okay. Yes. I think I make a fair point, although I am aware I can word things a lot better. It's nothing I haven't tried to say before, anyway. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, saving checkpoint, alright. Woof. I do like that. Don't you? Do I even have to have this shootout? Can't I just run through? I may have buggered that up. Probably, yeah. Okay, alright. Yep. Not. Alright. I see what I need to do. Yeah, exit the subway system and proceed towards the... Okay. Oof. Just grenade my way up there. And then... Oh, sod it. Okay, cool. Right. Just leave them to that. Come on. Bleh. Uh-ohs. And away we go. Oh. I believe that might be the first time I got hit by anything leaving there. Ooh. I'm a low-key passionate man, I'm sorry. I'm trying to reconnect with that side of me, and occasionally I will say things which suggest that my blood is hot and red. No. But I'm trying not to have too many what do you call it, but better out than in moments. Okay. I'm trying to get this to sit on my head right. Also trying to sit up straight-ish too. Uh-ohs. Wait, do I need to fight him? I was gonna say, couldn't I have... Didn't I basically just avoid it? Just drog across the car? I could have saved so much ammo then.
I don't know where to go.
Don't know where I've been. Been. I mean, that'll do the job. Right, well, fair enough. I'm just gonna save scum my way through this. Oh, what's in that box? Didn't see that before. Hello there. Oh, it's empty. New trailer for Obi-Wan. Didn't see that when I was away. Oh. Oh, cool. Just trap me in a room. Thanks, game. I feel like my influences are being worn on my sleeve a bit. In terms of... Hold on. I didn't used to... Actually... I was just thinking about it. Everyone who's ever laughed at someone else's behaviour on the internet has, to me, specifically, to my face, and then tried to get me to do it, like, oh, let me just reformulate that thought. There are people who have tried to get me to join them in mockery, right? And I've just been like, no, that's, you know, that's not cool. On certain occasions, in person, right? And I was just thinking about it. It's people who've been bullied, like, they should know better. But they really are acting big on the internet. And it's... some of them are older than me. It's like they're making up for something that happened in school. Or something, like, 15 years ago, you know? It would be like if I took off... oh, shit. Okie dokie. So that's still more mines down here? No, good. Hold on, I can't really talk over the music at the moment. Ooh. Right. Yeah, it's like they're making up for things that happened years ago. But on the internet. That's not healthy. You know? I mean, you're projecting shit from when you were a teenager onto, like, strangers, or when someone was mean to you at work, so you take it out on someone else. You're just creating a cycle then. Because it doesn't have to be from when you were a kid. It's like, you know, you might have had a bad day at work and you're taking that home and going on the computer and calling someone an asshole somewhere. But yeah, no. What I resented was when, now that I think about it, when someone doing precisely that, like having a little ego trip on the internet, or was trying to get me to do the same thing, or pat them on the back for doing it, or whatever, and I was just like, no. No. Yeah, no, that's not, don't give a fuck about that, like, you know.
You still don't know, do you? What you are. Why you're here.
I mean, I'd be concerned about why you want to do that kind of thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's like, oh yeah, I got in this argument on Facebook and won. It's like, oh, cool. Did you ask them how their day was? Any point did you consider that they were another person just like you? No? Oh. That kind of thing. Does my Sweden? Well, it doesn't even do my Sweden. I'm just tired of hearing about it like it matters. It's like, oh yeah, I gave him a piece of my mind. I'm like, oh great.
Why run?
Give enough pieces, there'll be nothing left. Yeah.
Part of since before you were born.
Think about that, you know. How many? Why walk? How many pieces of yourself are you willing to give?
You're not coming, are you? I'm going to die here alone. I don't want to die with them.
No, you'll be fine. Hopefully.
John, what's happening? I can't reach anybody.
Which game was I playing where they were on the call as the explosion-y bit happened? Is it this? Oh shit. What? Well, that was no good. The trick is to make noise and draw them in. And then hopefully they open the door and get annihilated. Or not. In this case. Oh, excuse me. Okay, guess I'm doing this the hard way. By hard, I mean it's easy, it's normal. Okay. Was it moderate difficulty? I'm not playing this game on hard. Hello there. Oh my god. Are we quite finished? Okay then. That was ridiculous.
Squad, close in. Front sighted. Squad, get to
I believe I'm encountering a lot of bodies in motion whilst I disrespect my surroundings. That's a metal joke if you...
Hurry.
Ah. Excuse me whilst my food is ready. Say that like I need to leave it on record. And I'm back. You know, the only way anyone would really know that I've gone and come back, because by the time I edit this is... I've already said this. Is the change of topic and the slight cut in the footage. Because it's not that I'm really cutting anything when I pause it. Oh, excuse me, sorry, I was trying not to burp. It's the... it's like when you put together footage but you don't do like a fade in, fade out. Or you don't have like a slight crossfade in it. Or an auto fade. You just got like a hard the footage is just tacked onto it. You get this slight chop in it.
Check it out. Look out, grenade!
That was not as seamless as the last time I did it. I'm not picking up those pistols. Having a better time though. When I did this originally, like when I just played through just to have a bit of a go, I wasn't feeling very comfortable.
Search this area.
Holy Christ.
Target spotted!
Yeah, wow, okay. Oh, thank you very much. Honestly, I think shooting him in the arsehole should kill him. Just saying, like. Take that. I'll get another repeating cannon eventually. Every time I've been given one of these things, I've needed it, you know. That's a good thing about Extraction Point. I can't even remember what I was talking about a minute ago. It probably wasn't anything worth worrying about. I do remember what I was talking about in the other footage that I ruined by going off on one. It was how much I miss the era.
Hurry.
Well, it'd be a bit no context now. I've lost that topic, you know. That's okay.
Jenny, it's John. Stay where you are. I'm coming to you.
I can show you something though. Bring some context back. Where are we? Oh, we haven't seen a Dell XPS for a while. I did actually have a Dell XPS, I've probably mentioned this. It had an NVIDIA GT 8800 GT. Not a GTX, a GT, which was ever so slightly better. And that is why I find the sponsored by Dell thing, Dell XPS, funny. But no, that computer lasted for years. What I like about that is it was in a discontinued sale. It was X Display.
Soon you will have a chance to
And it hung in there, and I'd just seen the price. That's what I was talking about before. She did not have a good time. I mean, the things people will do for, like, a selfie, you know. It's unbelievable, really. Oh yeah, I saw an Nvidia 8800 GT for 380 quid. And I can only presume they're that expensive because people are rebuilding older computers for like retro gaming, like authentic retro gaming, like Vista gaming or something. But then those. No, come on, fucking door. Ah, shit. Go. Yeah. Yeah, what? Oh no, not again. What server? This fucking horseshit, like. Checkpoint? Oh, Jesus. Does it just not let you go through the end of a level unless you killed everybody, like? Because, I mean, I've had a game crash, I've had... I want to document this.
Jenny, it's John. Stay where you are. I'm coming to you.
Nice. Okay. Final crash. I can't believe I missed and hit the guy behind and actually killed him. Fair enough. Right, where was I? Oh. Oh yeah, expensive 8800 GT. I mean, what can they be used for? I mean, like, there's modern equivalents to that spec for like low-end use with modern drivers. I get that enthusiasts do, like, I don't want to say weird stuff, but like, I mean, the only thing I can see is that someone's keeping, you know, something like my, you know, like that, like my old Dell, that kind of thing still going. Mother. Yeah, so it's a little confusing to me. Why a what? I mean, 2006. So it's, you know, it's not a. For God's sake, man. Okay. Where are they coming? Come on. Go get him. Feel like, was it Principal Strickland from Back to the Future then? Slackers! Just let her rip.
Hi, sweetheart. Just checking in. The explosion's all over the news, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
Nobody is okay. Ooh. Will it load? Oh, for fuck's sake, why is it doing that? Okay, I'm gonna do this thing where I stop recording for a second. Okay, so I'm back. I've caused some carnage out of haste more than anything. Let's see what happens now. It's been telling me like server disconnected and stuff, so what'll happen now is if it keeps doing that, I'll just, you know, quit out the game and start. Well, I'll like turn it off and on again. Yeah, okay. Right, so the game crashed and I had to restart. But whose responsibility is that to fix that now? Because this is the GOG version, and I don't know who maintains... Like, obviously, GOG maintains compatibility, but who maintains the actual, you know, like, bug fixing within the game itself? Because it's that GOG, like Good Old Games, do they take over responsibility for that? Because in which case I've just documented, well, there's a couple of things with particularly Extraction Point. I had to, well, it just needs a fix, really, for the modern age. Because, sorry, I had to go into, you know, I get that it's like preserving old games. However, as time goes on, yeah, people just aren't going to be playing them, you know, if they're not adapted in some way. Like, I had to manually go into a config file to do resolutions and things like that. And I mean, yeah, I get when it was released, it probably wouldn't have had a 1080p setting and things like that, but I mean, you know, it even had in a manual, and I remember this, and it was quite funny to see it in the readme, what happens if the audio doesn't work and stuff like that. It was the same fixes, like nearly 20 years later. But yeah, no, it does need some work, and I don't get why f.e.a.r.'s audio works on the... It's the same audio driver, but nothing is output through the HDMI out. That's why I can't record anything. I think if I had my standard setup, I wouldn't be having the issue, which is fine, that's fair enough. However, that is currently why I can't record, because it'll output on the laptop audio, but not through the HDMI. Like, I'll see, you know, the video, the footage. But not, oh, you can go in the toilets here. Hopefully it won't. Does it keep to the principle? Oh no, it doesn't. Breaking the rules. Point man doesn't need to go to the loo. Yeah, that was the thing. It was like, point man doesn't, that's not the thing. Yeah, no, shit. Worth it. Oh yeah, I definitely severed that dude. Yeah, so why... I mean, that should be... I mean, it's a newer game as well. In that respect, I don't see why it would have that many problems. I was a bit gutted that Spec Ops Align wouldn't work either, because I figured probably a console port shouldn't have that many troubles. Frame rate was like 15. It's gutted. Unfortunately, this laptop cannot run Spec Ops Align. Uh-ohs. Whoa. They're gonna go flashlights. Uh-ohs. There we go. Oh, in the hip plate. Did that look cool? Somebody please tell me that looked cool. Hit once. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, I thought it was armor as a TV screen. Ah! Christ, that scared me more than Alma. Can I go in there? Yeah. Don't know why I want to, but I went in there. And that's why I like gaming freedom. Yeah, well, because sorry, I went off on a tangent and kind of trailed off. Yeah, I don't have a problem with F.e.a.r and Extraction Point. I love them. They were, you know, they were parts of a certain period of my life. And you know, it's less about complaining about the games, it's more about wanting them to be good. So yeah, I don't know who... Because, you know, it's one of those things. I mean, there are people cloning them now, and it's like, well, if more people could easily play them without having to do any kind of fuckery... Sorry. Would we have need? I mean, I like the idea of new games with similar gameplay and a different story and so on. But, delightful. Ha! But... Ah! Oh. But, what a verbal tick that is. Okay, I'm not going in there. But, yikes. God, my English language teacher would have a field day with that back in the day. Ah, lush. Anyway. Hell, I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. No, it's... I'd like there to be the accessibility. I mean, the original f.e.a.r. worked fine. But say, like, what if someone wanted to play it, but they don't have the same patience? Or like a streamer or something. Oh, no, I don't give a fuck about a stream. In terms of... Oh, I went the wrong way. Did I go the wrong way? No, I didn't. Okay then. No. I mean, like, you know, not everyone has the same. I love that the idea that one of these ghosty people is running around photocopying their ass. And I believe those spooky red-eye dudes around here somewhere. Yeah. Gotcha. Damn it. Thank you. Is the AI so good they change their route depending on where you aim? Ah, god damn it. Actually made me jump. I don't like being made jump. Made to jump, no. Oh, that was something. I found old footage. It was like the first episode of a planned Let's Play of Resident Evil 7. And it was still... Basically, I went through a phase of playing like first-person horror games. Outlast was one. And it was when I was a bit more... Like, I'd been told maybe I should try being more expressive. Because I was less concerned about being quiet when I got out into the world. So rather than just be like, ooh, and then, you know, like swear or whatever, I'd actually give a, I say proper reaction, but I was a bit over the top. So it's that. I mean, I doubt well, I'm a pretty loud dude, to be fair, just in general. Fuck's sake. Sorry. What time is it? And yeah, them's were the good old days. But I would like... I've never completed Resident Evil 7 actually. I played most of it. Okay, no. Delicious. Here we go. Have I got turrets? No. How have I lost my turrets? The next bit's going to be really hard. It's gonna be a tough old slog. Just do the moose test on this. Oh no! I tipped up on it. Oh. Bit mouldy. Alright, let's go. This is my boomstick. Where's the other guy? Because they sort of... There we are. Squeeze me. How rude. Is that all of them? Okay, cool. Done. I had a turret the last time. Okie dokie. Alright. I'll just carry on then. God, I remember when... I think I slipped a disc in my back when I was in the middle of a game, and it was like I couldn't breathe for a second. I don't know if you caught the whole animation, but if you do it quick enough, you kick them once and you drop down and you do the slide. And it's Thunderbar. Ooh, I'm going to try and get a dentist appointment tomorrow. Well, not for tomorrow, I mean just book one. Aha! The soul intruder. Fuck. Okay. I mean, that should really do the job. I was gonna say that's the same damage as one of those walkers, almost. Well, excuse me. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Where is he? Where's he gone? There he is. Thank you. Okay, so before I set all that nightmare off, the trick is and yeah, just in case they make it there. Why not? Chuck one. There. This is gonna be funny. Ouch. Jesus, are there any more left? Yeah, I killed them a little bit fast, that was the issue. Whoops. Well, after all that, might as well have kept all this. What was it? 1 mine, 1 grenade, 3 shotgun rounds. That was quite efficient, actually. Uh-oh. Yeah. And here we have the problem. Uh-oh. Still up? Run away. Because this is about to get painful. Just let him have his minigun moment. Excellent. Smithers, pencil me in for a 5 o'clock kitten drowning to celebrate. Oh, that's terrible. Ooh. Let's get a penetrator. Oh, what's that documentary about? Was it the person who was going around murdering cats and putting it on? Was it 4chan? No. Pre-4chan. No, I can't remember now. Yeah, I think it was 4chan. 4chan or Reddit. Any forum that would have it. That was horrible. And I vaguely remember it at the time, because it was like early to mid 2000s. That's like 2015 now. No, you know, it was when I was like 15, 16, that kind of time. Just running away. I'm leaving them. I'm not having any part of it. Thank you. And okay. I've never really bothered doing stuff like that. That's more a Half-Life thing that I. Those. Oh, okay, alright, okay. Fair enough. Oh. Uh-oh. Just throwing it out there. Did you see how fast he rinsed my health down? I mean, that was just distasteful, you know? Remind me, if I haven't done it already, to right, remind me, if I haven't done it already, to contact my father and let him know he needs to install GTA 5 on the Xbox 360 if he wants to play it. And not to just try playing it. Oh, and not to install the play disc. It's been a while. Because when I played it, I just played it from a play disc for a bit. I didn't do it properly. Someone out there is going to be cringing at what I just said. I know this to be true. Anyway. It's, yeah, you're supposed to, the way it runs, and it runs quite well like that. Yeah, the way it runs is you have the play disc and the install disc, and the install disc installs a chunk of it on the hard drive, and then you have some of the game on the play disc, and it sort of streams it from both simultaneously. Remarkably good way of doing it. Although you can, I believe, put the play disc on like a USB stick. But I never did that. Excuse me. Right, this is the part where my old playthrough, my previous one, the one I had done this afternoon, went a bit awry, because I went off on a bit of a rant. So I won't do that today, this time. I will keep things, well, not PG-13, but like on task. Yikes. trying to sit decently in the seat as well. Because my posture is still bad. Guess I better start doing Pilates again. 30 days and my body will be changed. To be fair, when I was doing it before, I got shredded. I was doing yoga, Pilates, and an at-home workout all at the same time. It was a little bit too much at the time. I very rapidly lost, not weight, but like body fat. And I'm not like a big dude, although I have chonked up a little bit now, which is good. That's a good thing. But I got shredded for like the first time in ages. However, it didn't do me any good at the time. Ah, delicious. I remember why I didn't like wearing these headphones when I had the Xbox. Oh. Where are the things? Oh, there they are. It's because they're on ears. And I wear glasses. But over ears, I found, also have a bit. There's no good solution, really, unless I got like in-ear monitors and with like a lapel mic combined, you know. Oh, cool. They just eradicated my armor. I'll have to think about that. Ooh. Not great, not terrible. I don't like that lunge they do, because it's like, oh, it's wonderful aim training, you know. Ah, lovely. And you can't really engage them in close combat. This reminds me of some of the scenes in Max Payne for some reason. Oh. Ooh, that was a cool little silhouette vignette. Oh.
It's a lie. I just picked up a signal.
Let's
You can hear me.
go.
It's a high ground. A chopper is standing by.
I may purchase new ear pads for this, like gel ones or something, with fancy pants. Ear pads. Ah. Shit. I was waiting for it to break into the Metal Gear Solid theme tune. What's that, Metal Gear Solid 2? Did Metal Gear Solid have that? Shit. I'm gonna have to get that on GOG now. Oh, I wonder if the port will play on this laptop. Because I haven't been able to play the original Metal Gear Solid since I was a kid. Like, I think I had Metal Gear Solid Substance. Like, I must have had like a remastered version on a different console. Because I've got the Metal Gear Solid 2, the HD collection. It's like Metal Gear Solid 2, 3 and Peace Walker on the 360, and I've left out my old man, obviously. I'm pretty sure I haven't played Twin Snakes, but I swear I've owned it at some point and then just never got around to it. But I don't know, I can't remember what console it was on. Well, I've like had it in my possession to play. Excuse me. Yeah, still gassy. I think that's just going to be a state of things. It's like you hit 30 and become gassy. Well, I'm 31 now. Oh, big numbers. Acting like I'm fucking ancient. Still feel like I get treated like a baby now and again. Well, in theory, look after yourself. Anyway, I'm not going to think about that kind of thing. Otherwise I will start going to church again. Out of fear. Quite just... Uh-oh. Excuse me a second whilst I evaporate that dude. Oh, and there's another guy in there as well somewhere. Uh-oh. Hill grade. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Orcs, orcs, orcs. Oh, sorry, I'm not doing Warhammer 40k references right now. Kill Dairis! The music is so loud. What do I do? Thank you.
Should have a visual on the evac chopper.
Pretty sure a minute yet. Sorry, I keep slapping the mic. Got him.
Denmark, this is Little Bird. We're on the ground. Hurry up so we can get the hell out of here.
What an ending, like.
They tried to bury their sins, but instead planted the seeds of their doom.
Okay.
But she would not be forgotten. We will make them remember. They will die. All of them.
Oh, here we go. The speech.
A war is coming. I've seen it in my dreams. Fire sweeping the earth, bodies in the streets, cities turned to dust. Retaliation.
Okay, cool. I'm not sitting through the whole lot of credits. That's been great. Well, I've had a good time playing. I'm glad that I was able... Well, that I made the decision to do the footage again. Obviously, a little bit of what was on my mind came through. And I think no matter what happens, I've just been thinking about a lot of stuff since I went back to my old place. But that won't be all the time. Anyway, I've been having trouble with Call of Cthulhu. Let's just go back to the menu. Yes. Dark, whatever the fuck. You know, the older Call of Cthulhu game. It's already running that well. Like, it runs okay, but I mean, it's not well enough. So I'll have to leave that until I've got a more powerful, either a more powerful laptop or I build a new computer or something. Anyway, I wanted to play Doom 3, but what I might do is install Doom 3 BFG edition and then play classic Doom and Doom 2. Or I might just buy Doom 1, 2, Ultimate Doom, and then Doom 64. I don't think... Well, maybe Quake will work. So I'm going to move on to the GeForce Now. Oh no, I'll play Limbo. Sorry, next. Limbo and then the GeForce Now stuff. Or maybe some of the... No, I'll have a look at what 16-bit stuff I've got on Steam before I do anything else. After Limbo. See what indie games I've got. How about that? Okay, anyway, so once I've done Perseus Mandate, I'll move on through. So I sound like my dad. It's no bad thing, but I'm trying to plan and I'm not good at planning. I think I've established that over the years. So I'll finish f.e.a.r completely and then we'll go from there. We'll just stick with that. Anyway, this has been f.e.a.r Extraction Point. It'll be another like 20 or so hours before it's fully rendered. I've got to make sure I don't name my enemies or something. That's a joke, by the way. I don't. I know I don't. I'll catch you on.